Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another Chill Sunday stream. We are back with some more Submerged Hidden Depths. We will likely finish the game today, and I hope y'all are excited as I am. Oh. Forget that the controller gave me that. Okay. We're gonna continue the game. Get get right in. Where we left off, I know we had gotten 3 of these seeds in the area. And let's see what else we have on our plate. We've got 26 out of 56 dire entries, 20 out of 26 ship upgrades, 3 out of 9 flowers, which makes sense, 20 out of 20 relics, 7 out of 10 landmarks, 6 out of 10 lookouts. So I think I'm going to start off today by trying to see if I can find the rest of those ship upgrades. And then we'll go for, and maybe some lookouts, and see if we can go for some more seeds after that. I think that's a pretty solid plan. Last time we ended on a bit of a weird moment because some creature had potentially popped out of the water, and I'm not even sure where it is or what that was about. Also, it looks like there's going to be more to this tower at some point. Which I'm not going to lie, has me a bit intrigued.
Bravo!
Where do we want to head to? Where's a good place to look? I mean, we could head straight south. Basically, we just got to try to look for clearing up some of these map spots. I think straight south is definitely one option. Here's start with the ship upgrade. Alright, let's keep going. So look around. Some of these upgrades might be in the areas of the puzzles and stuff, so not everything might be visible in this time. I hear something. That's another boat upgrade. Yeah. So I feel like the top left and bottom right are Alright, so we could just try to head east and see what happens. Also, want to know how I don't have some of these towers. I feel like they at least would have been more obvious. Hello and welcome, Il. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. Is that one of the... Yeah, that's one I lit already. Kind of makes me wonder if part of the world is gonna shift or change a little bit. Because I don't know where several towers could have been hidden, you know? We're still missing 4 lookouts. And I just don't see spots for 4 lookouts on this map. They all seem to be on the outskirts of the map. And if I had to guess, I guess they're on the west and northern parts of the map based on where the other ones are. So, I mean... I could try fast traveling over here and... seeing if that gets me something. Yep, there's one I haven't done.
Just wait. Lucky.
Ride the elevator up. I don't think that revealed anything on the map, did it? Nope.
Let's go. Been over to this area, so that's not bad. There's a ship up there. I feel like I'm finding this quite by accident. Keep our back.
Yup.
Have I always worn a headset? No. I used to do earbuds. I got these a few months ago, and just decided to use them for the stream. The sound quality is too good not to. You were trying to remember if always did. They look nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Aki, go.
You prefer over the ear also? Yeah, I don't know. These, the earbuds, you know, work and they provide a certain thing for stream. And when I was wearing the elf ears in particular, I had to kind of wear earbuds because these would just ruin the aesthetic for what the elf ears were trying to do. But no, it's a much better sound quality, and I think they look better. I think they look pretty nice. I like these. Funny enough, I thought you were going to talk about something else when you said, have you always? Because I just got my haircut this week. So I thought you were going to comment on the haircut and my hair being shorter. You were gonna comment on the hair also? I believe you. 100% believe you. You went with the headphones instead? Got it, got it. Very reasonable. You were gonna ask if I was growing out my... No, my hair was getting a little too long. I needed to cut it. It's been too hot this summer. I don't think I want to do long hair anymore. Like, I kind of didn't want to the past few years. It's just... When the pandemic happened, it was one of those, oh, the haircut didn't become a priority, and then there's just been other things that have kind of gotten in the way of me keeping it short during the winter time. And so I tried growing it out again, but I don't think I can keep doing that. I don't feel like that's sustainable for me. I just started to feel like I look better with shorter hair also. I think it's more expressive of how I see myself. I don't know if that makes any sort of sense. So no plans to grow my hair out. It might happen again, but no plans to do so. Where even are we on the map? Also, there's an upgrade to the ship up there that I somehow just went right past. Where am I? Okay, I'm on the left side of the map. Let me go get that ship upgrade. I cut my hair a while ago. As I was cutting it with shears, I forgot to replace the guard and made a cut with no guard in the back of your... Oh my god. Ew. Ew. How did you do that to yourself? Did you have to touch it up or take it to a professional to get it fixed up? Or did you just rock the... I have a random no guard spot in the back of my head? Luckily, your hair grows in kind of fast. You just wore a baseball cap. Yeah. You do kind of have that working for you where you could get away with something like that. Is this a tower? Okay, we found one. To be honest, I don't feel like that would work very well for me. I think if I did something like that, I don't know what I would do. Like a visor? I mean, it's not even the headgear. It's just, I kind of feel like if I were to actively, like, mess up my hair... I don't know. I don't know if I do caps very well. It's been a long time since I wore a cap. I'd have to see. But if I were to ever do that type of damage to my hair, I feel like what I would probably end up doing is, this is gonna sound crazy, but I feel like I would just shave it all up. I would just straight buzz it and then just start either rocking the buzz look and like deal with it, or I would end up just doing wigs. Fedora, is that a type of hat? Yeah, that's a type of hat. This makes me think that the last upgrade is, we've got 3 over there, just 3 down there, 1 over there. I mean, it could be 1 direct center in the top. It could be bottom left, and it could be middle. I think it's going to be in the top, though. You're getting closer to the jump to buzz since your hairline's receding. It's getting more noticeable. I mean, it's a reasonable thing. My whole thing is I don't know, I feel like it would be that kind of thing where it just would be a nice fresh reset. No expectations on the hair, just let it do its own thing and let it grow back in naturally. I could very much see myself enjoying that sense of whatever. The thing I wouldn't enjoy is the questions I would get from other people and the type of attention I would get from other people. I don't know, sometimes when you're a woman, it doesn't quite feel like other people respect your choices and have the need to comment on every little thing that you do in their opinion on it. You know what I mean? How could you cut your hair? Why would you do that? Oh my goodness, do you have cancer? I can hear all the questions already, and that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I don't want to deal with that nonsense either. I mean, I can't control that at the end of the day, right? But like, yeah, when a guy does it with like a buzz cut, it's like just whatever. But if a woman does it, there's a lot of assumptions or questions made. And it wouldn't bother me so much if it didn't come with, like, the looks. I don't know how to explain the looks, but there's, like, that look that sometimes comes with it where it's like, what did you do? As opposed to, hey, do you enjoy that? Cool. You know? Like I could live with, why'd you do that? What's it mean to you? How does that make you feel? Did you want it done? What happened? You know? I don't like the judgy stares and the everything else. I don't need that crap. feel like looking for this last tower should be easier than it is. And somehow it feels kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack. We're keeping with the theme, looking for a random gray hair on your head. I don't know. Am I in the process of 100% in the game? I mean, that's the plan. Right now I'm just kind of like sailing around trying to find some of the last upgrades. And then I'm gonna go through the main story and get the items from there. Cause, I don't know, while searching for all the seed locations, I ended up getting almost everything on the map accidentally. So I was kind of starting the stream off looking for the stragglers before we go into the last, to the 6 towers that I have to climb. I'm missing one lookout point. I thought I beat the main game already. I beat the first game in the series and then jumped right into the second one. And I did manage to 100% the first game. Alright, where could this be? I'm trying to like analyze the map right now. You have 3 at the bottom, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. I mean, it makes me think there's gonna be one dead center. And if there is one in the center, like, I can't do anything about that. Yeah, my guess is there's one somewhere in the center, actually. Because you have 3 in the top right, 3 in the top left, and 3 at the bottom. And it kind of triangulates towards the center of the map, which kind of makes me wonder how I would have missed that. But let's go look. Also, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well fast travel to the center of the map. Like something either here or here, maybe? Let me try it. The center of the bottom 2? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, okay. Somehow I missed the most obvious one. That doesn't even surprise me. Actually, yes, Earl Grey this time. Alright, give me that achievement now for all the lookouts. Give me that achievement, come on. Also, tell me where the last ship upgrade is. Cartographer, achievement unlocked. But it did not tell me where the last ship upgrade is. Oh, that's not great. It could be anywhere. let's take a look. Where could, if I was a ship upgrade on this map, where would I be? There's 3 in the top left. There's like 4 over there. 1 in the center. So far, I guess that it's in the middle of one of the complexes that I'm missing it. Yeah, my guess is that it's in this area at the top, right up here. Just based on the fact that it's not in open waters. I think it's somewhere in this area. So you know what, let's go to this one, and we'll do this seed, and we'll see if we can find it while we're on our way there. You said the very top right looks bare? Very top right is pretty bare. It could be up there. But it is between 2 landmarks that I did get, so it's very unlikely that I missed out on that. Let me turn north and make my way over there and see if we can find it. Either way, we'll go for the seed up there and start moving the game along. Oh, hello. Literally where I thought it would be. Shipwright achievement unlocked. Very nice, very nice. Let's go try to climb up this tower and see if we can get the seed taken care of. I think outside of the towers, the only thing we have left is finding the rest of the wildlife. But if we haven't found all the wildlife by the time we get to, like, the last tower, I'll probably look up a guide for that, because sometimes I could see this game putting, like, something obscure. Marianelli. Are we climbing a large vessel? Oh wow, yes we are.
Yes.
Oh, there's a bridge I have to tug. Okay. Whoops.
Aki, go.
We can grab this bridge here. And tug it over here. And now we'll be able to properly get in there.
Stay hard.
No.
Amazing. Okay, so how do we get down there and get that? Climb this and okay. That's one secret here. It's the same deal, right? Yep, 4 diaries, 1 flower, and 9 stout pieces. Creature discovered.
Strong crotcha.
We can't get past there. Guess I'm gonna have to ride the elevator down. Well, that's the spot where the seed goes already. Style piece. No. Go back up. Hello, bear. Can I get past that table? I don't think so. I mean, as much as I've gotten stuck on things this game, that with the collision detection, I don't know if I particularly want to push that. I hear something. was gonna say I needed to check back this way.
Apple Street.
And a second style piece. Or a third style piece, rather. Where are we going up to? Forward 9. I think there's another path here. Guess we're getting onto the ship proper. Still need the flower and several other style pieces, so I have to keep my eye out.
Papa Pill. Brung an Grath himself.
Is that the Spider-Man Are they doing the Spider-Man pose? They're doing the Spider-Man pose. Oh, there's the seat already. I might as well grab the seed. hostile peace. Our leaders gone, we gathered more of the ancients' machines, though we had no need for such things. Kind of hoping that the last thing I need is like right near. Yep, there it is. Perfect. So, Il, if you're still there, anything else new with you? Got anything interesting going on in life? Alright, that's our 4th seed in the game. Five to go as far as we know. Let's find out if we get more info on whatever that was crawling out of the water. Steadfast and stubborn, the sister guided them to the far-off places, but in time they found that no matter where they went, the pattern was the same.
Hotaku, Miku Sora for all.
That's why I have to fix this. I never got the flower. I never got the flower from that one. Yeah. I did miss something. Dang. How did I manage that?
Miku Babek. Yes.
Doesn't help that this thing makes you go away from it first. It's on the other side of that wall. the question how I'm supposed to get to it. That's gonna take me down. Also, I was able to see it from the outside of the facility, which means it's on an outer wall. Let me see if I can get a higher vantage point. It is right over there. How do they get over there? That elevator goes up, so that's... I don't know if that's helpful. The ship's right there. If I had come in... trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. Because this feels like it shouldn't be that hard. In fact, I think I see how to get in. Yes, I definitely think I see how to get it. Alright, we're gonna go back down a little bit. And of course, now that I'm down here, it's gonna look so different. there a way for me to get on the crane here? Yeah, okay. Here it is. We got the flower. That's what we were looking for. We'll fast travel back to the dome, maybe? Or, I mean, we could just fast travel to any one of these, couldn't we? No, it won't let me. This one because I opened up its initial part, so we could just do this one next.
Let's head out. Ni keep our back.
Yes.
Wait, is that the Steve right there? It most definitely is. Is this one kind of like a reverse one where we're gonna have the seed from the very beginning? Interesting. And that goes up. Which... okay. Let's grab the seed then. And we will not go up immediately. We're gonna try to go over this way. And see if we can clear this.
Apple stray.
We have a diet. Celebrations. Oh yeah, I forgot to equip the tinny ship. I'll be able to see it when I get back to the ship. Maybe I can even see it from here. I can see it. It's not very obvious from here though. Is there anywhere that people were spared by the I don't know. That melody is like haunting. And I feel like what the game is now going to have me do is put the seed in this basket over here. And then I'm gonna have to try to find my way to rediscover it. Yep. I see what you're doing. I'm picking up what you're putting down, game. I understand. Well, that's coming from them up there. Okay. That makes sense. And then the seeds directly below me. Safely go back here. I'm still looking for the flower here as well. Am I not able to make this bridge fall? should be able to grab the seed now. Oh, but there was the diary across that bridge over there.
Apples stray.
I managed to miss a diary, flower, and a couple of style pieces. Oh, whoa, whoa, there is definitely, hold on. There's definitely something up here. It's the lost diary.
Said stray.
In time, a mighty storm surrounded our city, and from that storm came the big man. What is the big man? That doesn't sound good. I'm assuming that's what we saw, making a guest appearance. Also, at this point, I feel like I'm probably best off just popping the seed in and then coming back to get everything that I missed. Just because it'll also be easier to hear the items. Is she starting to get sick again from this? At first they were welcomed, greeted with open arms, and treated as kin. The brother began to believe that perhaps his sister could be right.
Sorataku Miku Mosta. Aki, go.
Alright, where were we? To the left here. Yeah, the flower is right there. There's 2 style pieces on the flower. Alright, we can make that.
Miku Chaka.
Aquí.
Flower should be somewhere around here. Oh, I did not get over here either. That's where one of the pieces I'm missing is. Looks like I have to come at that from up top, on top of this building. So let's see if we can figure that out. Oh, I see where that would have been. Yeah, that one should be easy enough to get. That just leaves the flower and one other style piece. Yeah, I see where I could have gotten that. I don't know how I missed that one. I feel like I was looking for that also. There was also so many other noises around here. I'm practically standing on top of the flower. Oh, I see it. Oh yeah, it's right in the same area too. Okay. Easy enough. I need to get on the slightly lower ledge. Which I will. And this should put me more or less where I need to be. here we go back. I'm gonna plug the flowers into the dome, and then we'll go find another tower too. We are making very good time on this though. Where can I put the flowers here? I mean, I'm gonna stick to the purple because it's the best one.
Let's head out.
So we're down to 4 more seeds. You know what? Might as well clear the top left, and then we'll do the bottom right. I think that's reasonable. That's suspicious. Alright, let's... I guess go.
Up you go.
But I feel like I'm gonna have to come back to the ship.
Stay hard.
Bun style piece. Yeah, once I open this up, I'm gonna have to drive the ship back in.
Aki, go.
And now we properly start this tower, which is Columbia Gardens.
Just wait.
Aquí.
found that secret, but that's not what I was looking for. Not seeing the rock that I need to get through this area. Because obviously I need to go there, right? Like that seems like the obvious path forward. I don't see any paths I can climb up or down. It won't let me jump across this. And there's no sign of the rock here. So, wait, can I climb down here? No. Or here, right? Yeah. So there must be something I can do down below before I get on this elevator. Maybe the rock is down the stairs. And we found it. And there's another rock here. I don't want to grab that until I know what I need it for. Well, I found the flower. feel like I have the opposite problem. I have the rock's location, but I don't know what to do with it. Can't get across that little bridge, right? This way led to the flower, so that's not helpful. This one is testing me a bit. Mostly because I can't seem to find what I need to do. Ah, okay, I can go up here. Looks like there should be a way to go down there, but I'm not seeing it. Well, at the very least, I opened that bridge up, which is good. Let me see if I can figure out how to get in that room. Looks like I should just be able to climb in there. Doesn't work from there. I'll just have to keep that in mind because I don't see a way to do that. Okay, and that's where the rock will go. So we should grab it. wasn't super obvious at first.
Aha!
This is another path. Looks like it is, but apparently not.
Homeland Press
Is the
Mark
black planet annotated as it is? I feel like this is going to bring us up really close to the seed if we're not already there. Yep. To get that bridge down. So I can always check that out again before I pop the seed in. end up missing like one item. Alright, I still don't see the pathway into that. You know what? I'm gonna put the seed in. I'll come right back. That's very close to the beginning anyway. And I think after we go back and clear this area and 100% this particular tower, we'll probably take a small break for 10-ish minutes. And then we'll wrap up the stream by tackling the last 3 towers and getting the rest of the animals that we're missing. That should pretty much be it. Unless there's something secret at the end, but either way we're gonna sincerely try to finish the game today. But wherever the sister's gift was revealed, friendship quickly gave way to fear. Rough words were spoken, and hopes were dashed. Yeah, that's not surprising. Oh, here it comes. Is it just a dream, or is it actually happening?
Niku fell monster pen. Niku bear monster?
Is that what I would become? Alright, let's see if we can clear this area. Yeah, 1 style piece and 1 diary. And we know where the diary is. And the style piece was probably in a spot where we couldn't exactly hear well with a lot of the memories around. I'm just gonna double check the... How we get the diary.
Said street.
The big man can only one. Okay, that was actually a really clever spot to put that. So now we just need to find the last snow piece. Might as well go through the whole area. Just quickly walk through it all. Everything's open, so we should be able to hear it pretty easily. I'm gonna double check this area and just see. If there's any chance that it's up. I'm gonna check that. I just want to make sure. It's kind of bothering me that I haven't heard it yet. But I'm pretty sure this was where the flower is. Oh no, that's how I got up here. So that isn't another part. We're still going up. Okay, we're fine. did I miss that one? Because people were sitting around it and... Okay, that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that hairstyle. At least on this model. That bun is... strange. The way that it fits, like, her model does not work very well for me. I'm gonna go back to the braids. Alright, so we're gonna fast travel back to the dome. Wait, did I really miss one up here? Hold on. We're gonna fast travel to the dome. I don't know how I missed that, but we're gonna get that quick. And then we'll just have the top levels of the map completely clear. There's this diary entry up top here. Hello, imagination. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. There we go. This should be easy enough. This game is called Submerged Hidden Depths. It's the sequel to Submerged, which is a series of games that takes place in a world where the entire planet has flooded. And there's some borderline supernatural-esque events happening. And so we're just collecting. And with the growing abandon, we stole more seeds for power. The rising tide of greed had overwhelmed us. And so there's a weird thing happening between nature and technology. And like, basically, you just go around and collect as much of the collectibles in the game, and it kind of spells out the story for you as you explore this sunken world. Everything here. So we'll fast travel back to the dome. And then we only have, what, 3 seeds? We do have a bunch of animals we're still missing. We've got all the landmarks. Presumably these 3 styles will be in the last 3 towers. We're missing 3 seeds. Random question, what do you think about AI? Hello and welcome, John. Everybody's showing up right before I'm about to go to break. It's a little funny, not gonna lie. But yeah, I could answer the question. You know what? I can go a little bit longer since everybody just showed up, and then we'll We'll take a break after. What do I think about AI? I don't like AI. I think that as it's being presented to us, it is a tower of lies. I think that it is being sold as a system that it is not. It's being treated as a precision calculator when it is a statistical tool that allows you to explore language models. It's being unleashed on us in the most inappropriate ways possible. And it's probably going to lead to a lot more harm than good in the way that it's being implemented. I think there are reasons to utilize what is really language learning models, not really artificial intelligence. If this was true artificial intelligence, we would be in a place where the intelligent being that we have created would be able to disagree with us, respond to us, have its own thoughts, opinions, creativities, etc. So it is in no way an intelligence in a way that we would define it on a human level, or even in a mammalian level. What it is, it's advanced machine learning, and it's language learning that is being utilized in very specific ways to convince us that it is alive and real. And I find that disturbing. I think the vibe coding is just that, vibe coding. Oftentimes it requires humans to go back into it with more of a fine-tooth comb than if a human had just written it with the skill set required. And I think where we would thrive with AI is probably in depicting patterns and recognizing patterns that humans have a difficult time observing or experiencing. If you want to define something like, say, the patterns in dolphin noises to try to decipher dolphin language, for example, I feel like AI could probably help with something like that. You know, not that I'm a marine biologist or could give you a specific, but something of that sort is what AI would be good for. On the other side of that, there's also stuff that we could probably determine with medical stuff, but it's not the type of medical stuff we're dealing with now. There's some people trying to use it to replace doctors and nurses for diagnosing. To me, it's a guided tool, and I think it could help us predict patterns and say, like, the growth patterns and what have you of certain tumors or certain things that might provide more advanced markers than what we're able to do. Again, not a doctor, not a nurse, but that's kind of where I would put AI's usage at its peak, which is that it will be a predictive statistical analysis tool that will detect patterns in ways that humans have difficulty for very specific and very advanced pattern recognition. What I don't see it doing is telling you anything useful in your day-to-day life. The thing can't even predict how many R's there are in a specific word. And people are treating it like it's a calculator, and it's getting basic math wrong. It makes things up all the time. I don't have a very high opinion of the way that it's being sold to us. And to be perfectly blunt, we're also getting a very filtered version of the AI software. There are people who are being paid to remove slurs, to remove curse words, to make it tailored to a very, quote, respectable part of society. But there are people having to drudge through the worst aspects of humanity to make that safe for us. And the disparity between who is doing most of that work and who is receiving the benefits is drastic. But let me read what you guys wrote. You tried making a game with it today, the AI. How did that end up going? Did you like it? Did it work? Oh my god, what is that walking around? Oh my god. What in the Cthulhu? I go to read chat and there's just this creature walking around. I guess it's not a dream. Is that thing gonna attack me if I go near it? Gango, hello, welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. I will read you all chats in a second. I want to get to the end of this little area here so I can figure out what the heck was that walking by. Go say hi or flee from it. I don't know. Respond to the fact that it exists. Hello. Do you want to murder my ship? Or are you potential friend? I don't think you're friend. Am I just an insignificant insect to you? What are you? Hello. You seem to be ignoring my presence. I am an insignificant ant to this creature. And you know what, I'm okay with that. Alright, what did you all say? What did you all say? John says, what's really interesting about people isn't their ability to manipulate language, it's their social context. Imagination says they tried that for bird sounds. John says, people really underestimate how much their social context determines their behavior. Oh, absolutely. It reminds me of that experiment where there was that artist who basically had a thing that said you could do whatever you want to them. And it got real ugly. Like, people started, like, off doing, like, little small things and then tested the waters and started doing more and more heinous things. You did have a few people defend her, but it was to the point where the experiment, I think, stopped, where she was crying at the end because of just the way people treated her in that context. It's... I don't know. I don't know what makes some people in a certain context, respond the way they do, and differently in others. Jastra Incorporated. Imagination says, I think it could help with drug research. Again, something like that wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me if it was able to see patterns in the way drugs synthesize in the body that, you know, specific human, you know, things couldn't. I could also see it managing patterns over time a little bit better than we do if all the data was properly stored. But it's a response to data. It's not going to give you exact information. It still needs to be interpreted by humans. And most of the applications should be treated as statistical guesswork, not as a tool of, like, absolutism. And then Imagination mentions the strawberry test. It can't count the R's. Yep. John says, I really hate how America is, quote, doing AI. Yup. I am totally in agreement with you there. Data centers are taking water. I think that's the part that bothers me the most, is we do have a limited resource with water that is going to get more and more scarce as the planet warms. Clean water is already becoming more and more of an issue. If you know, I mean, I've covered it on the channel before, but if you know anything about what's happened with the Colorado River, like, we are overusing certain water systems and not letting them replenish. And a lot of it has to do with who gets access to it and why, and certain forms of colonization that have occurred historically and everything like that. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who owns the water and who's going to have access to it, it's going to be people with the most firepower behind them, probably, if we keep going the way we're going. And I hate saying that. I don't want to be right. I'd rather you all looked at me in 10 years and would be like, Tara, you were a filthy, filthy liar about all that stuff you were talking about, but probably put me in a better mind's headspace if I thought I was lying. But, as Gangle said, there's a big backlash about, like, the financial harm. We'll all be paying the cost of this. And yeah, it doesn't need to be something that's in everybody's home and is being sold to us as a business product. Not every business requires it. We shouldn't be using it the way that we're using it. It's being sold on false promises. John says the rich people see AI the way they see everything. A way to use money to be automatically better than other people. Yeah, and a way to shame people who don't have access to it. Look at me, I'm so superior. I use AI. Oh. Well, hello there. How you doing? Did you, come follow me, or... You just watching? You have noticed my presence, and that disturbs me. Okay. I am not intimidated by the giant creature that is following me and staring at me. That doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. She lied. John says, because that's what really drives humans, I think. We all want to use language to build social identity that's meaningful or has status to others. I could potentially get behind that. Are these sad remnants just smaller versions of the giant monster? That's a good question. It's a very good question. I was actually wondering that myself just now. Imagination says the game didn't go well, but I've not used more advanced techniques like MCP. That thing looks pretty cool. Agreed. John says I've always wanted to make a video game, but I've never had the time. Imagination asks, what type of game are you thinking? Imagination says I think City Planner game would be pretty cool, but with more customization. What would be the type of customization that you would want in your City Planner game, Imagination, if you were to put it out there without, you know, with all of the bells and whistles that you could possibly imagine? Gangle says the intelligence part of the name is doing a lot of work on selling the idea and creating false expectations. I mean, we have guys like Joe Rogan talking about creating an AI Jesus. Yeah, and then you have, like, who said it before? Oh, Imagination about Rogo's Basilisk, yeah. Like, you have people who are going into full-on, like, psychosis, dealing with AI, and, like, believing that it's their friend, and... What was it? It was, Dawkins, I think, that recently, was talking about how AI was some intelligent being that was amazing and wonderful. Because it was basically stroking it, like, stroking his ego. There we go. That's how I can put that nicely. Because it's a people pleaser also, and oh boy, do people think when they're getting pleased that something is intelligence. I'm gonna keep that like that, yeah. I think I'm comfortable with leaving that there. Do I want to take this down? I think I want to take that down. Are you just gonna... Imagination says, I test every new one with a difficult history question with no simple answer. And I'm sure it fails the test every single time. Somehow we're still missing one of the diaries here. Should I go down this way? No, that's where I came from, the Unless I do have to go down with this. Most are just a mash of stuff and not very good academically, but they've gotten better, but still unreliable. I think it's disturbing that you can ask it questions and it just pretends that it knows the answers to things. I think that's the part that I just can't wrap my head around, how that's been so normalized so quickly. And also, it feels like a technology that's been completely astroturfed into our lives. Oh, you got uninterested. It's bored with me. Okay. Gangle says, by the way, the performance artist you were referring to is Marina Abramovic. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. She's an incredibly important artist. I firmly agree. I did not know her name, so thank you. Why do you think she's important? What about her work speaks to you? I'm still missing the flower on this one, right? I'm missing one style piece, one flower, and one diary. Okay. And I don't have any clue where the flower is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be best off just putting this in and coming back again. Imagination says customization on the game would be creating a full digital twin and experiment with lots of things like economy, policing, and having more intelligent NPCs that live. That sounds really interesting. I wonder how something like that would go. Like, I wonder what you would require for that. Hello and welcome, Sam. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. You slept later than usual today? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Also, how are you doing? Because I remember there was some stuff going on that you had brought up in the Discord. You don't have to go into all of it if you don't want to. Just, you know, in each village they were pursued and cast out until finally desperate to explain the brother was hurt. I just want to check in and see how you're doing overall. Like, compared to your baseline, because I know you have chronic pain and stuff like that. Oh, hello there. How are you doing?
Miku no monster.
I am no monster. I have to keep going to fix everything. Sam says, I keep forgetting my morning meds, so I only get half my NSAID for my arthritis for about half this week. That's not great. That's awful. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course. Let's see where we missed. I'm looking for 1 flower, 1 diary, and 1... Oh, okay. I think I see where one of the things might be. Kind of hoping it's the flower, because... It is not.
Said straight.
We showed him the secrets of our tranquility, and that was our mistake. The big man saw only an opportunity to bring himself power. There's the last style piece. And maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe the flower will be right down here also. And I'll just get a 3-fer. Especially because I don't think I've been on this path. Oh yeah, flower's totally right there. Where does this lead back to? I mean, we could just... Oh, okay. Full circle. Cool. That was easier than planned. Sam says George found most of my recording equipment for me. Still looking for the camera bag, either with my mic. Can't use the camera mic, it produces terrible audio. Imagination asks, have you tried those wearable mics? I personally have not. I have a mic hooked directly up to my PC. That seems to be doing the trick. Seems to be working. Gangle says she's done a lot of thought-provoking and transgressive art, revealing truths about human nature and society. Looking back at her work, it seems stunningly important to me. Interesting, interesting. And from her work, what do you draw as human nature? Are we blank slates? Are we product of society? Or are we something more, something less? Are we fragments? Is there something that inherently makes us us? That makes one person's response different than another? It's not something I've not thought about before, so I find the topic fascinating. So I'd be interested in whatever your conclusions were. Imagination says I used to watch mic reviews a few years ago for fun. Do you have any microphones that you found that were, like, really good? Did you end up trying any of them? Or was it just, like, something you did for fun? Some people buy the capsules for more expensive mics and DIY their own setups. That was also pretty interesting. I wouldn't have thought about that. That sounds intense. Oh, and John, if you're still around, how's your son doing? Everything good on that front? I didn't ask you when you came in because I was dealing with a giant Cthulhu monster on my screen that I didn't understand what was happening. But yeah, just, you know, let me know. Gangle says it's art. It's not here to give answers or concrete truths. It's here to raise questions. Is this us? Are we like this? Why are we like this? Art is questioning, I think. I can agree with that. But I think I was trying to ask more like, what do you think about human nature? What, like, do you have any conclusions that you've drawn? Like, yeah, like a lot of it's gotten us to think. Or do you prefer to keep it open-ended? Is maybe that's what, maybe I'm not, I misinterpreted and that's what you're saying. I think I'm gonna have to go up and over. Oh, how do I get past you? Alright, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Sam says, my missing mic is a wearable lav mic. Game, where do you want me to put this one? Welcome back, John. Oh, so you missed the question I asked you then. I had asked how your son was doing and if everything was good. Okay, no, you did see it. You said your punk-ass son ate all the bagels, had to mix up a new batch of dough. You made homemade bagels and he ate all the bagels. Imagination says that's what I was thinking about Love Mike. Gangle says, I think we're probably better than we think we are, but also sometimes worse than expected. John wants to make a game called Satyr. Where are you going with that? Because I feel like that can go in several different directions. Did that just loop me all the way around? They must be good bagels. I would imagine so. You wake up as lone as a satyr in a huge forest with no memory of your past or how you got there, or if you were human at some point. Okay, that was in a much better direction than, yeah. Point of the game is to find out who you were and how you got there. That's Okay, I can get behind that. It's like a mystery. Like you're trying to unravel the mystery. I could see that kind of functioning like Mr. Ribbon from back in the day. I have to open that bridge. How do I open that bridge? It looks like I can get the ship through there. But how? What am I missing? I clearly have to get the ship through there, so I have to open some sort of mechanism to open that door. Because I need to do something over here with the ship. The rock looks like it's being used for the mechanism. Oh, do I need the boat to pull this down? Oh, that answers that. Problem solved. Gangle says, you mentioned Marina Abramovic's performance where she subjected herself to anything the audience wanted to do to her. So that raises questions. Would somebody harm her, and why would they do that? I'm not gonna lie, as a woman watching that experiment, and knowing what transpired between her and some of, especially the men around her, there's something. I don't know if the word is terrifying doesn't quite cover it, about the implications of how easily that I feel like she was dehumanized in that experiment. Although I can't even say it was explicitly just the men from what I recall. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I actually saw it, and quite frankly, it's not exactly something I want to go back to look at all the time. John says, your satyr can run really fast, do all kinds of platforming feats in the woods. You hunt for food and interact with all the creatures and characters in the ecosystem. Okay, I'm vibing with the sound of this game. Imagination says, best thing I have made was lasagna. I always think Garfield when talking about that, the cartoon cat. In the process of creating an identity. I feel like that could definitely work if you also had it, not to like piggyback off your game or to tell you how your ideal game would look, John. Like, just thinking about it, I'm like, you could totally have it be that there are different factions you could join up with. That kind of tells you who you are and creates your like version of yourself. This creature that kind of informs maybe its past and its identity as well. I don't know. I feel like something that could be really cool. Gangle says that performance is a mirror. It shows us ourselves. It happened decades ago, and we're still not done processing it. That's what makes sense to me. For sure, I completely agree with you. I'm not downplaying its importance or its significance with what I'm saying. I mean, there's just a level of it where there's a part of it that, you know, watching it, observing it, like observing certain aspects of what's happened in human history, brings up certain traumatic responses versus other experiences which just gives utter faith in humanity, and it just becomes a question of what is it about specific context that mirrors us and creates us in different ways, and really asks us who we are in specific moments and who we can and can't dehumanize and what the repercussions of that are for ourselves and for the people that we choose to do that to. Oh, hello. You're still watching me. I am slightly less scared of you. Mind you, I am not scared of you because you are a creepy creature that is, like, giant and tall and, like... You know what? It's exactly because you're giant and tall. It's because you could literally squish me if you wanted to, and I have no control over that situation, and I fear the unknown that you could perform on me. However, I don't fear you because of your form. Take that as you will. John says, my son is bugging me about the remote. I have to put him in a suplex. Hang on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's going down. And John with the suplex. All of a sudden, we're in the middle of a wrestling match. Imagination says, you can use, AI for the repetitive stuff and work that would take too long for a single creator, like with assets and setting the scene, and then building very basic and modular, and then through. I don't know if doing it even for the repetitive stuff is something I would trust it with. I mean, that's me personally, like, Rick. I don't think I would trust it with repetitive things. I don't trust it to repeat. I don't trust AI to go through a repetitive process and spit out the same result. What I expect is that AI will come out and will give me one answer, and then it will give me a similar answer, and then it will give me a different answer, and then it'll give me an answer similar to the first again. And I'll be stuck kind of in a loop of, I don't know what to think if I have no access to other information or other sources to verify what I have encountered. The fact that it can't do coding correctly, when coding is literally the essence of mathematical formulation in a language, I don't trust it. You gotta give it very small tasks and review for things that you can't create yourself. I feel like if you can't create it for yourself, you're better off getting a team to collaborate with. And trying to come back to the human side of things, rather than trying to rely on AI. With the way that it's being sold to us, I don't think I will ever trust it. And I will probably carry that bias into the rest of my life. John says, I work with Amazon robots for a living. Robots are idiots. I trust ants to figure out something before our AI. Ants are capable of some strange and miraculous things. I saw a video where there were ants performing like leg surgery and like an amputation on a fellow ant to help get it unstuck from something. And I'm just like, you cannot tell me that's not some form of intelligence. I would believe that the chemical signals that come from plants, that, you know, because like plants are capable of experiencing something where when they are damaged or wounded that they have chemical responses to. I would be more likely to believe that that is a form of them crying out in pain, or something akin to the mammalian form of like responding to pain stimuli. Then I would be comfortable considering what we have as AI anything sort of reliable. Imagination says, I don't want to trust it for important stuff, but something like build a chair asset that you can drag into Unreal Engine, that level of simple. But what is a chair? Let us go into the philosophies and... Oh, a chair is a thing with 4 legs. It'll produce a chair that is somehow an amalgamation of every other chair we've ever produced. I'd rather see what a single human can come up with to innovate or create a chair that fits in with the environment and connects with the styling and themes of what's already present. If that's what you prefer, imagination, don't let me like ruin your understanding of how that works. I just don't think I'll ever be convinced. John says, when ants have a task they want to do, they're way smarter about doing it than a collection of Proteus drives. The ants don't run out of energy and die in a corner. Have you seen? I'm gonna fight back on that one. I'm not trying to defend AI. Have you seen when ants have their trails and they just end up circling and they just keep circling and they just keep circling? Or when rats end up becoming like a rat king? Like, I don't know, there's some strange happenings that happen where when certain creatures get pretty confused, they end up in precarious situations and just stop functioning. I'd even say humans do something in certain moments like that too. When we're overwhelmed or anxious or like... I don't know, we're a bunch of chemical signals too at the end of the day. They did the research on language trees, and I think the articles I read said that they had 50 words and communicate through robot networks and things growing at their base, says imagination. Where is the path? Up here? Am I moving? I thought it was here. Back the way I came. Where do you want me to go, game? Where do you want me to go? Really letting me go up. Where do you want me to go? I don't see the path forward. How rare is the circle of death versus every hour on my shift I have to recover? That's a great response back. That is a great response back. I don't know. I don't have the specifics of AND statistics, and my biases make me want to just take your argument at wholesale value. I did not see this pipe here. And completely agree with you, so I'm going to. I don't want to defend AI. And yes, I have seen robots do the dumb. Imagination says from the Guardian article title, mushrooms communicate with each other using up to 50 words. Scientists claim. I read this quite a while ago, though. Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me. We don't even understand what mushrooms are. Some of them are, they're not plants, they're not animals, they're not any way human, but they seem to be super intelligent. They seem to have some capacity to interact with and control signalings for plants. You know, you have the, what is it, the cordyceps? Is that how you say it? Where it's able to completely take over the functionality of certain insects. And it's like, what even are these things? And we eat them. Some of them. Some of them produce toxins that just flat out kill us. Fungi are super fascinating. I feel like if we want to find the answers to the universe, it's going to be in fungi. They have more answers for us than I think we're ready to admit. And there's trees use them too, from what I remember, and sounded like the internet. Yeah. Which is just really cool. I am yet again having a moment if I don't see where the path forward is. And I feel like it should be here, but it is not. Did I just get stuck on something? I did. I don't see a thing to climb up on either. Oh, this might have been the secret path here. I forgot about that. Drive with like 3% battery. John says drive it with 3% battery and you'll tell it to go charge, and another one with like 25% battery gets in front of it, it gets confused and goes and sits somewhere and dies. Pretty much. Imagination says sounded pretty cool, and the network below ground expanded for miles, again for memory, so it might not be fully accurate. Yeah. No, I mean, the fact that even if you don't have it completely on point, the fact that something like that even remotely exists tells us a lot about how interconnected aspects of our planet are. And I really do feel like humans would do a much better job trying to explore that interconnectedness than half the crap that we fight about or try to turn into conflicts. I have not heard of prototaxites. I would love for you to tell me more about prototaxites. I hope you do. There's the flower. I have to come down for that. I completely forgot that we had already gotten the seed this far up. talk you from the fate of these people can I save myself? And so, as it had in the time before, the angry mass rose up, swallowed those who had wounded it. John says, before trees, these things grew all over the land. They were 20 meters tall, and for a long time people thought they were primitive mushrooms. But now we think they're an entire kingdom that went extinct. Wow. I did not know that. This is what I get for not keeping up with biology all these years. Excuse me, coming through. Before I put the seed in, I have to go get the flower. It's not a plant, it's not a mushroom, and it's not an animal. I don't even know what to make of that, you know? Like, it's extremely fascinating. Sharks are older than trees. True. Absolutely true. It's interesting, what would vegans think? Well, I'm not trying to be that person, but if we do accept for the fact that all life has these different signalings and capabilities, let's take that as a truth for a second, and not in the stupid, oh, don't you know plants have feelings, like that some people who want to talk about their carnivore diets talk about. But if we genuinely ask the question from a moral standpoint, what is the ethics if plants did actually have feeling? If mushrooms were actively these things that had the capacity to feel and think, if there was this existence of a kingdom that didn't exist before, and it was somehow proven to have something more, that its receptors, that its chemical responses were somehow more than just chemical responses. If we can consider it alive and we can develop the idea that it has some sort of sensation that is akin to pain, then the reality is that we would have to start analyzing it from a perspective where we recognize that modern veganism would be almost a promotion of mammalian rights. Instead of a human-centric model, it's a mammalian-centric model. Maybe you can add avian in there too as well. Maybe for some you'd add insectoid. But it's a promotion of certain characteristics over others. And so the ethics of veganism starts getting, would in theory start getting called into question, depending on how you define that pain and how you define that acknowledgement of what that is. It's a big if, and it's a big hurdle to cross. But I think that would be more or less what the conclusion would have to be. That we'd have to expand our definition of life, and I think that could call into question if life is only brought about by consuming other life, then what is the implication of that for prioritizing mammals or prioritizing certain avians and reptiles over, say, prioritizing other creatures on our planet that are proven to have that level of value? Is there an ethical standpoint to stand on at that point? Or is it just an understanding that if it's about life, it's about minimizing harm, then what does minimizing harm look like? And are we only valuing things that look like us? I'm not sure the answer to that. That is an ethical question that I cannot propose an answer to. The children were forced back to the loneliness of the waves. The sister wept for her failure and for the fickleness of humankind. Imagination said maybe expanded ethics and rights if the mushrooms met all those conditions, but still far from factory farming stuff. Yeah, I'm in no way defending factory farming in the way that it's been managed. At the end of the day, I may have made us outcasts, but now I will make this place a new home if I have to. My position ultimately stands as one where, if it really boils down to it, I think humans, on some level, given what we are, have every right to protect the lives that are ours. I don't think that it makes us immoral to consume another life, whether that be a plant, whether that be an animal. We can, again, talk about degrees of ethics, depending on what you're consuming. We need to consume things to live. We need to consume life, whether that's a mushroom, whether that's a plant, whether that's a, we as humans cannot survive off fruits alone. We can't live off of that potential life. Fruitarians are not something that we are capable of being. I think that's been proven in terms of diet. And I understand the development of systems that have prioritized as many humans as possible getting very dense, nutritious food as quickly and as simply and as easily as possible. What I can't handle is the fact that under our current economic system, that's being done in a way that absolutely abuses the animals involved. John says, I don't think nature has a morality. Morality is something we need as social creatures. It doesn't apply to when, say, male hippos eat baby hippos so they can mate. And we do need it. I mean, the argument for that, really, John, is that there's an evolutionary component where the drive for a male hippo to continue to reproduce and probably drive a female hippo into heat is probably drawn in such a way that the male will consume the baby in order to produce that result to fulfill, quote-unquote, its purpose, to continue to drive it to further reproduction. I imagine that's what that is. And usually that responds with the females of the equivalent species being very protective, solitary, and defensive of their young. And usually only utilizing the males of the species for procreation and then ditching them. I don't know if that's the case for hippos. Again, not a biologist. Don't have the full capacity to grasp all that, but I would be fascinated to know the answers to that. And speaking of animals, I think the next thing John further says, human life only matters as much as we decide it does, because it doesn't matter to the universe at all. I don't think we should go out of our way to create suffering for other animals. I mean, to a certain degree, right? I have an imperative that tells me to exist. And in that imperative that tells me to continue to exist, that function in my brain that says that I would like to continue to exist, the requirement to fulfill that need that I would feel is to harm something. And if I'm not directly responsible for that harm, I'm still contributing to it by consuming. I may not be the person pulling up the plants out of the ground, but I'm the one eating it at the end of the day. Equally so when plants are grown in mass fields, when you have even soy and wheat grown, there's something that needs to be accepted about the fact that you're plowing over entire fields of some species habitat that is going to leave a situation where they are going to, where some animals are going to be harmed in the process. A lot of people don't like to think about that, especially when you get into much stricter definitions of ethical veganism. And I think a lot of that tends to get into this very strange superiority complex, which I don't think serves us as a species at all. But just the act of interacting with our daily lives in nature is going to cause harm to something. I don't think that's avoidable. Whether you want it to be minimized or not, that's choice. Whether you want it to be as cruelty-free as possible, whatever that means. And I'm not saying that in a like dismissive way, but like whatever cruelty free, or whatever that means, in the sense of it could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think it's worth asking those questions. I have nothing wrong with, I don't think there's anything wrong with the personal choice to be vegan. Especially if you can afford it. Like, I think that the reduction of meat over time might be beneficial for us, but I can't say for sure. But I also can't sit here and blame specific humans or morally speak to anybody who does decide to eat meat for so many different reasons. At the end of the day, we still need to eat. And systemically, we make meat cheaper, which gives more people access to it. I think the problem is that there's not really a satisfying answer. Our hands will never be clean. John says I've given up beef. Hey, if that is what, works for you, then more power to you. I can certainly think of worse goals for people to strive towards.
God.
He tore a seat from its resting place and crafted a display of ancient treasures. His slippery words tricked us into seeing value where there was none. Well, now I have a small issue. I know there are 4 diary entries on the last thing, which means I am missing 3 diary entries and potentially several animals across the map. So this might be where I have to go look for those and then go to the last area. So which animals are we missing and which diary entries? Like, yeah, wow, okay. Okay, let's look at this from a logical standpoint. There's a bunch of stuff wrenched around there. It's right there. In the middle. I'm trying to see where there might be a gap. It looks like there should be something in the top right corner. It looks like there's somewhere between 2 and 3 hovering, or no, there's about 2 hovering between each area. Which makes me think there is also, I'm assuming there's 2 in like the northwest of the central base, somewhere in that area. And there's probably 1 in the top right corner. Let me find, well, yeah, that would be it, right? 50, 51, 52. That would be 3. Because it looks like there should be 2 in the center area and 1 in the top right. So let's try that. Let's see if we can find those, and then we'll go take care of that. Let's unlock this area though, so we can fast travel back here. Without having to sail all the way over here again. There's a bunch of stuff it wants me to move before I actually get into this puzzle. Come on, drag it, go, 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 go. Got it. John says, my son loves your game. What does he love about it? What's he enjoying? Makes me very happy to hear that. Where do you want me to go to, like, climb up this thing? Oh, it was right over here. Got it. Thwaites Center. Alright, so we're gonna fast travel. I'm gonna go... I really do feel like there has to be one in the top right of the map, so I'm gonna go up here. And then I'm gonna explore around the center, especially with me having missed something in the top area, in the center area before. He says it's good. It's a great answer. It is indeed good. I can accept that answer. Yeah, this has gotta be one here. Yeah. And I guess that's why I didn't see it. No, climb up the ladder. There we go. Some tried to warn of the angering mass. We were blinded by our avarice, and to our shame we cast them out. Alright, I'm gonna go down to the dome. I'm also gonna throw in the last 2 flowers I collected. Since I am here. And I'm gonna explore the center area and try to figure out what's going on. Oh, okay, I have 1 more flower left to place, right? Oh, no, there it is. Alright, I'm assuming they're somewhere in, I want to say this area, because this area is very bare. I don't know if there's 1 or 2, but we'll try looking. Also, considering that this pushes us out of our base to the south, I can definitely see myself having missed something directly to the north. There's 1. Very good. Where do I drop off here? There we go.
I got a roll.
Okay, that's how I get back down.
So weird.
And down we go. Hello, Peter. How are you?
We're going.
Where would the last one be? It's gotta be like to the left of me somewhere. I don't know, that building looks like it should be it, but I don't know. I would have bet money that it was that building right there. That looks climbable. Hold on.
Let go.
We can drag this. Yep, this is probably the last one I need to get in the wider world. Grab the last couple of animals. I know there's going to be one probably on the tower as well.
Good. Wetter.
He said, I love you, and waved at the cat. That's adorable. That's what he says when he talks to family on the video camera. That's so cute. Oh my god. I don't know. That's just adorable. I guess I can wave back. The big men carried offerings from the ancients, trinkets to crack the hardest hearts. That is the last object discovered. So now I need to figure out where the last animals are. Because I know the last 4 diaries and the flower and the seed are all in that tower in the bottom right corner of the map. So the question becomes, where are the remaining animals that we're missing? And I don't have a clue. So I might consult a guide for that. How many am I even missing? Let me check. All right, I'm assuming number 18 is going to be on land, and it's probably going to be at the last... sorry, 14 is going to be at the spot that I haven't been to. Missing numbers 2 and 3. Let me look that up quick. I have no idea where in the ocean they are. Okay, so 2 and 3 are rare animals, and they actually follow a very specific path. So if I follow their path in reverse, I should be able to find them. Let me... Also, I do not have chat open if anybody's saying anything, so give me 1 second, because I had to quickly look this up. Yeah, we can go. So the orca surrounds Columbia Gardens. So as soon as I get outside, yeah, I can go back to the chat. I know pretty much where we are. Where we're going. Okay. John says we have a rule where he's not allowed to use YouTube except on Monday, and his special interest is logos. This is different because I'm using it. Understood, yeah. No, that makes sense. I feel like in this day and age, limiting a child's use of YouTube is probably... You can't hide it from them completely, but limiting the use is probably an effective tool. I don't envy people that are in that position to have to make those decisions with the internet being what it is. Presumably, if I sail around this section in this direction, I should eventually find the orca. Somewhere on this path. Is that you? Are you what we're looking for? Are you the orca? Yes. Excellent. And then, similarly, if I fast travel to this area, there should be a shark swimming around this whole area. So, what does he like about logos? What makes logos a special interest? Also, which way is this shark swimming? I need to check that. It's swimming clockwise, so I gotta go counter. That might be it. That might be it. I see it. I see something. I'm seeing it. Looks like a fin sticking out of the water. Beautiful. Now we just have one creature left. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Landmarks are complete. Styles are complete except for the last outfit. Seeds, we have the last one, yeah. He says he likes 20th Century Fox and Crashy Shupo. What is Crashy Shupo? I don't know that. He gets to teach me something. The last animal should be on the last spot. Yeah, so we're good. Yeah, I actually prefer this 3-bun style to the 1. I don't know if I like the reed ship either, though. I think I'm gonna go back to the tinny, and I'm gonna go back to the braids. The braids seem to be my favorite hair that she has. And finally, let's head to the last tower to climb.
Miku Chaka. Yo.
Oh yeah, there's some to do. I had a feeling. You have no idea what that's from. Okay. I have no idea either. I have never heard of that before. Sounds like there's something up there, but I don't think I can get up there yet. No, squirrel. There we go. Zoologist. Collected all the creatures. Achievement unlocked. What do you go to? Do you perchance go to the flower? It's an animation company. I've never heard of it. Oh, hey. How you doing? I have no idea if I'm going, like, the right way or not. I just... Oh, thank goodness I found the flower. I got the hard part. Botanists collected all flowers.
Butterfly.
Yeah, I can't get in there without the seed. I'm gonna have to go back down. Oh, this is a great set piece. Climbing across the logo of the building. We will not end up like these revenants no matter what. He'll watch YouTube channels that are different variations of the 20th Century Fox logo. Gotcha. He was into planets. He's not into planets anymore? What happened to planets? Planets are cool. We're gonna have to grab the seed. Now he's playing with emojis. Fair enough. I don't think it's game over quite yet. Excuse me. Sneeze completely caught me off guard. Sorry for that into the mic. Did he just send the poop emoji? He just sent the poop emoji. He's sending lots of poop emojis. Yeah, he's pooping all over my stream. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh. Oh, that's weird. He got into the poop emojis. Yeah. That's dangerous territory. I see you. I see you, game. You're not fooling me.
Apples tree.
That's one of the diary entries. I already have the flower. How many do I have? I need 5 more slots. Okay. Keeping an eye for 8 more collectibles. Outside of the seed. I'm definitely grabbing that. This is how I get that other. What is this gonna lead to? Your black raspberry bushes have actually produced fruit. You were worried that the drought would have ruined them, but they're huge. Well, congratulations. That's exciting news.
Such as
2 diaries remain. This has to be one of the more complex climbs. Kinda glad I left it for last. Seven of 9. 2 remaining. We're almost there. Okay, I got the seed over there. How do I get the Submerged deck? Okay, there we go. Okay, there's the seed spot, which means we can walk over this. We can also get this open. But I'm not convinced that's the end. 'Cause I'm missing 2 diaries and 2. So I'm gonna climb that further. assuming the last diary is right up here. Collect all the diaries. Perfect. Distraught at what he had done, the big man's final attempt to appease the mouse was for nothing. So we have a minor problem. I'm missing one style piece. And I'd rather pop the seed in after I get that style piece. Because I'd rather just be able to end on that note after getting the last seed. So we have to find the last seed that was. I have no idea where it is. I mean, the last style piece. I'm gonna double check over here. Ruh-roh. Don't tell me I got stuck in the floor. I got stuck in the floor. Okay. You know what? That works. That works because that allows me to reclimb the tower. Are you kidding? Okay. We're just gonna accept that that happened. We're gonna put on the climber style. We're gonna climb our way back to the top of the tower. We're gonna put that seed in. And we're gonna presumably see the end of the game. The good news is we don't have to take any side paths or anything like that. We can just straight shot it up to the top. Or can we? No, I think I have to actually go get the seed and do the whole thing again. That's silly. Hopefully all the bridges at least are American. If they not, then so be it. Also, I think I am changing this outfit. I don't like this outfit. I will, however, have to put the stone back in. We just have to bring the seat up here. Pop it in and we'll see what happens. We get our conclusion to this game. I'm excited. For me, this has been a game that's been one that I've wanted to play for so long. I talked about it a little bit on the last stream. I waited a really long time to play this sequel. And I am really excited to find out how this one ends. See how this goes. Hello there, friend. Are you out to kill me? But the brother dried his sister's tears and took her hand once more. He believed in her, and together they would have their new home. You rest now, Miku. You tried to do it all on your own. We will finish this together. So what happens now? Do I need to put her in as the... No. This already has one. About to attack me? Please do not attack me, sir. No? Maybe? I cannot tell the level of your aggression. Okay, you don't seem to be aggressive at the moment. What? What is happening? Are we healing it? Oh. It just transformed into a giant tree. Some of that feels really relevant based on the conversations we were having earlier. Finish the campaign. Conclusion achievement unlocked. And that, everyone, has been Submerged Hidden Depths. I'm gonna just briefly check if there's anything else. Nope, that is all achievements unlocked. So after we sit with these credits for review, we shall wrap up our stream. that was a lot of fun. I do love this. Again, the thing that I emphasized about the first game is that the idea of it not having combat, about there not being a specific enemy, is, I think, one of the perks of a game like this. Your combat, the thing that you're facing off against, is nature itself, the world around you. Something has harmed nature and you need to fix it. It's about repairing things, building things, creating things, fending off something that is outside of just hack and slash or something like that. And I think when games do that, it's a very bold and brave step. It's simple, the formula for having a game where violence is the solution, where it's people versus people, has been done time and time and time again. I love games like this that ask you to explore the world, to see things, to question things, to understand a story, to develop an interest in the world that you're in, as well as correct something, fix something for the people, because in a lot of cases, the biggest threats to us are often not us. I don't know. I enjoy that. I would love to see a third game from this developer.
Gone to Black.
The giant is at peace, the city is restored, and we have a new home.
Where's somewhere else, Stefan? Lago.
I still want to see what else is hidden around here. Let's go. I don't think there's anything else, though. I mean, there is the tree now. I could probably sail past it, but I don't know what that would do. I don't think it's climbable. I can quickly check before we fully wrap up the stream. I do want to put the last flower into the spot, so I think that's what we're going to do. I ever played Subnautica? No, I watched Let's Plays of Subnautica, though. I should also read the history. There was a time when the city stood empty, save for the mass and the creatures it spawned. My people wove our village into ruins. In harmony with the mass, we had all that we needed. In time, a mighty storm surrounded our city, and from that storm there came a big man. The big man carried offerings from the ancients, trinkets to crack the hardest hearts. We showed him the secrets of our tranquility, and that was our mistake. The big man saw only an opportunity to bring power to himself. He tore a seed from its resting place and crafted a display of ancient treasures. His slippery words tricked us into seeing value where there was none. We followed him like fools, bedeviled by his charms. What price some seeds of mass, when we craved so deeply to conform? Some tried to warn of the angering mass. We were blinded by our avarice, and to our shame, we cast them out. Our leaders gone, we gathered more of the ancients' machines, though we had no need for such things. And with growing abandon, we stole more seeds for power. The rising tide of greed had overwhelmed us. And so, as it had in the time before, the angry mass rose up to swallow those who had wounded it. The big man could only watch as his folly played out. All in the city were devoured, their deeds left mirrored and the hollow remnants left behind. Distraught by what he had done, the big man's final attempt to appease the mass was for nothing. In time, the mass subsided, but the mass remembers, and the anguish of the big man echoes even now in the hidden depths below. And our history. Once a brother and a sister found refuge in a city covered by mass. Though they had lost their family, they had at least found peace. The sister had a gift connected to the mass. She could heal its wounds. She could not help but wonder what else she could do. The brother feared the gift, that it would cost them all they had gained, but the sister was convinced it was the key to a true home. The pair left the safety of the city to seek others who might need their help. Perhaps they could find a new home and a new family. Steadfast and stubborn, the sister guided them to far-off places, but in time they found that no matter where they went, the pattern was the same. At first, they were welcomed, greeted with open arms, and treated as kin. The brother began to believe that perhaps his sister could be right. But wherever the sister's gift was revealed, friendship quickly gave way to fear. Rough words were spoken, and hopes were dashed. In each village, they were pursued and cast out until finally, desperate to explain, the brother was hurt. The children were forced back to the loneliness of the waves. The sister wept for her failure and for the fickleness of humankind. But the brother dried his sister's tears and took her hand once more. He believed in her, and together they would have their new home. And that leads us into the beginning of the story. So I would like to very quickly put the last flower away, just to get that last bit of conclusion. We'll go just check out the tree quick and then call it a stream. There it is. I don't see any spots to climb it or anything, so I'm assuming there's no hidden secret at the top of the tree, but at the very least, we can see it off in the distance. It would have been interesting if it popped up as an 11th landmark, but I'm fine with the way that it is. So, with that in mind, that has been Submerged Hidden Depths. Next Sunday, we'll come back for some more Sunday stream, hopefully, if everything is good. And I hope you all have a chill week, and I hope you all have a good time. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the good chats. Thanks for everything. I will hopefully see you all around. With that said, my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your week. And take care, everyone. Bye for now.